Ain't gotta do shit.
Well, I ugh, voice. Me, sorry, I didn't see you on. You check your fucking bat scope shit because it's wrong. Oh, my bad. Sorry, controller dude. Shitty fucking streamers.
What are you on about?
The fucking approach into Orlando yesterday. I totally didn't see him online. I didn't even see him on fucking a V pilot. Hopefully we get the ATR update in an hour and a half. I hope so, Mountain Man. All right, what's the weather? Vertical Simmons is working on MCO. I went into Stan.
North flow and clear.
Oh, okay. Visuals for everybody.
Yep.
Too bad towers can't run towers for everything in their airspace, you know, like Columbia.
One day.
I'm serious. I might run local if I can run local on every airport in ZKC.
One day.
Is that actually something being worked on?
I cannot confirm nor deny.
By saying that you confirmed it.
I cannot confirm nor deny. Just give it 5 to 8 business years.
Doesn't Pilot Edge allow them to do that? Yes, Pilot Edge does allow them to do that.
You gonna prime up?
Are you going to prime up? Are you going to use Logic?
No. I don't use Logic.
Morning, Anna.
I've been around way too many redacted people for way too long. Oh, why is my mom calling? I'll be right back.
do 060 at 10. 070 at 7. Well, at least Columbia is north. Pilot Edge is a top down, basically through the entire network. I think it's split off into different sectors. Well, like all the towers are tower throughout the entire airspace, and then anybody who's approach is approach, and then anybody who's center is center. So in that hypothetical thing, is all the towers going to be on one frequency, or would they be in separate frequencies, like PE? He's ignoring me. He doesn't want to talk about it. How are you doing on your FS economy work?
Then you're wondering how many times I can say no on the phone.
To work?
No, no, I can't tell them no.
Oh.
Parents question stuff.
Fun.
Do you want to be here when we go through the safe? No. Is there anything you want out of it? No.
How have you been, Mount Man? Other than very excited for the ATR update.
No, I'll leave it at like this.
Yeah.
Technically, there's nothing prohibiting a somebody opening all the towers at once outside of facility SOPs.
I thought this was debated by the board though a while back, wasn't it?
Oh. Using multiple frequencies at the tower level is prohibited.
But using multiple frequencies on any level is prohibited.
There are small exceptions for center and approach that you can do it.
Well, right, and that's if you're like line of sight, right? Like if I'm
Line of
working,
sight, you have a very easily posted for pilots to find, and it's in the policy, and yeah.
but because so I remember when voice was becoming a thing and they were starting to work on the whole line of sight thing. Because like at first it was very blanket, like it didn't matter if you were on a voice frequency, it didn't matter if you were in Aspen trying to reach Denver. Theoretically, like realistically, that doesn't happen, right? This thing called the Rocky Mountains apparently gets in the way.
Yeah, just a little.
But at first, it didn't matter. There was no line of sight. So the LOS factor coefficient was null. And then when they started it, it was okay, well, if you're working center, there's times where you're going to have to switch frequencies. Okay, I can't hear you on the ground over there. Switch to my frequency here. Even Springfield used to be that way originally. Like if you flew out of Lebanon on Vatsim and Springfield Approach was online, he would tell you, you're going to have to switch to Mizzou. I can't hear you here. This is all before the voice updates happened and the range got extended.
So the range hasn't really gotten extended, just you can cross couple, which lets you use those transceivers both ways.
Right. Which still extends the range out of a certain frequency because they're using the real life things that are there in real world. Repeaters.
Reality on VetSim, there is realistically no reason to use multiple frequencies other than you have a tower controller that's got 4 or 5 people there that
Mhm.
is departing and the tower controller is getting off, and instead of making everybody switch, you just take over that frequency until you get them off and gone.
Right. And anybody else you would switch back to your primary. They would call in on tower and then you would be like, nope, you're not in line. Switch my frequency, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Basically, it's just once you work them off that frequency, you don't send anybody new to that frequency. Once everybody's gone, you close it. But the caveat is one, nobody can force a controller to use multiple frequencies. And two, you cannot force a pilot to use non primary frequencies.
Hmm. I think I would be open to the challenge of trying to do all the towers, or at least like all the Charlies and all the Deltas. Because there's only two Bravos in ZKC, right?
We had the discussion once about extending that and attempting it. I think the feasibility of possible conflicts on the frequencies ended up running it out. Because, for example, if you're using St. Louis Tower as a primary frequency and you've got somebody that's bordering the facility in Memphis that uses that same tower frequency, you're going to have bleed over there and causing issues.
That's why I was like, yeah, okay, so I see what you're talking about. I know there's an audio map that shows where the towers and the transceivers and what frequencies are what, but like I said, I also think that it should be narrowed down to Charlies and Deltas, not necessarily adding the Bravos to that list.
The thought process was the hypothetical question was could you do T75 underscore TWR and operate all the towers within T75? The biggest hiccup at that point was there's really no way to show that you're controlling all those towers. Well, now Vatsim radar update.
Well, the Vatsim radar update could say like your login position would be T75 tower.
Well, it's like whenever we log on center, we can pop up all the towers below green.
Well, right, but I'm saying like the login could be T75 tower, but then you're going to have the question of who's going to know what T75 is.
Well, that was just hypothetical. That was
No, I know. I'm just spitballing. Like I see what you're saying. My solution would be to label it as like T75 tower, but the problem is who's going to know what T75 is? You can't force people to go look at Vatsim radar. We can barely force people to read a chart.
no, you can technically people could be forced onto Vatsim radar now.
I'm listening.
That same argument could be made if you're on Springfield approach. Who's to say you're working Columbia approach?
Well, so and that's kind of why the last time I controlled, so Friday, you have the guy who took off out of Columbia and then he goes, "Oh, I didn't know you were online." And I'm like, "Oh, sorry, my bad, my mistake. I covered that airport. No harm, no foul."
But it's also in the COC that pilots are expected to take reasonable preparations to ensure they do not infringe upon any controlled airspace. Between VAT glasses and VATSIM radar, those are two solid sources that stay up to date almost every day that can show you what's being controlled,
Morning,
what's
bud.
not.
I think it adds a layer of confusion to pilots. Well, pilots are always confused. That's not being so Cross says I think it adds a layer of confusion to pilots, but to me, and this is a blanket statement, pilots are always confused because they don't know what they don't know. Majority of the network is it's there. If you're going to implement coverage, though, you're going to have to stand with the confusion. This whole conversation is
Listen,
about coverage over the airspaces not being there, which causes people not to fly in them. Why does Europe
people
have more
talking about
traffic?
pilots being confused. Pilots can't even read a simple clearance of runway heading and go straight.
No, and okay, I hear your grievance. I do. I understand it. As somebody who enjoys the tower environment, like local control is my forte. I go log in St. Louis right now and work tower all day long. Don't ask me to work approach. Look at my Vatsim track record. It literally is tower at LA in Vegas because that's what I enjoy, right? That so I totally understand where your grievance is with the whole runway heading. Why does Europe get
But
more pilots?
this whole idea didn't even stem from trying to give
No, it's because I love
S2s
you,
or
Anna.
S1s more places to control at one time, bigger area. This came from trying to relieve the workload from the top down environment. to
Well,
get people more willing to be on center and approach.
which is my thing, is because you've heard me in my distaste for top down center, right? Do I
Oh,
really have
we
to say
all
this
hate it.
again? No, right. But again, I'm saying as like in a general rule, you understand my distaste for it. I don't need to say this again. I don't need to get up on the soapbox. I think we all agree. My opinion on that is not going to change. Listen, it's a fucking strong soapbox. But if you're trying to get things down to where there's more coverage and you're going to get traffic in areas like ZKC, all in all, I love the airspace. I live underneath it. It's got some great airports in it. The scenery might not be great in The Sims, but in Garden City, Junction, MCI, Wheeler, fucking all these little airports that are just fucking Cuba, for example, that nobody goes to. Why? Because ZKC is a flyover airspace. It would be more apt for me to log in and fly into somewhere in ZKC if it was staffed. Plain and simple. The end. If you staff it, they will come. Why does Europe get so much traffic during the day? Why? Because go look at how many controllers are online over there right now versus how many in the US. The US has been really well known that during the day, especially Monday through Friday, you might have Jacksonville, you might get Atlanta, Houston if Derek's home, Fort Worth is a 50-50 shot in the dark, and that really is more like a 90-10 in favor of it being dark, and Bennett ZLA.
This is going to be a hot take. Until pilot quality gets fixed and or there's a way to relieve the workload from top down, I don't want more people.
Well, I know, but I'm looking at the bigger picture. I see where your point is. Again, but I'm saying you can't. The Mountain Man literally hit the nail on the head. Why do I fly with say intentions? Because I have fucking coverage. That's literally the answer. Why do people in the US start flying with say intentions and beyond ATC and whatever else comes out next? It's really simple. If I'm just going to fly on CTAF all day long, well, shit, I can fly on multiplayer and actually see people. Things like say intentions coming out and giving traffic, whether it's real or not, and their luck is they just found a way to make it be both. Shit, I can go fly with ProFlight 682, which happens to be one of my mods. That's Chris. And be like, oh, hey, that's Chris. Wait a minute, but Chris isn't here. He's working. Oh, this is a flight he did 3 days ago. But I can see him and hear him on the frequency. Okay, that's cool. That's really cool. Now I have traffic. Love your joke, Crisis.
Yeah, I think once the network solves the top down issue and they work on the pilot quality issue, you'll start seeing more coverage.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, and the solution to top down would be easy. Do what VAT Caribbean and VAT South America does. I'm dead serious. You want to work top down, fine. Do it like they do. Service only available above flight level 180. The one thing I'd ask is if pilot quality is such an issue, then why doesn't it affect Europe? It does affect Europe. You just don't hear about it because most of the European streamers don't have time to talk about it. Ask any supervisor how many. No, I'm being serious. Ask any supervisor if they have issues over on in Europe, because I will tell you right now, European controllers do not play the game of FAFO. In the US, you're more than likely going to have somebody who's going to say, oh, well, you made a mistake. I'm going to try to fix this and I'm going to try to work it. In Europe, if there is a problem, hypothetical situation, Cross, you take off in Europe and you do not follow the departure to a T. that controller isn't going to tell you you messed up. He's already going to wallop you before he even has a chance to let that fester. Done. And then he's going to tell you to fuck off in his head. That's it. It's you messed up. You didn't do it right. Fuck off. Dot wallop. Supervisor needs to deal with you. I don't have time for it.
There's a reason I do not log on during the day unless it's a very rare situation as a soup because I am not dealing with that. Europe controllers are dealing with a lot smaller airspace compared to the US.
There's a reason I don't fly in Europe. I think it's better in Europe too because it's busier and a lot of pilots are scared to fly in Europe. That's it.
I mean, if you take Kansas City,
the
it's
United States airspace as a whole is much larger and much more free roaming. It's not as compact. I mean, realistically, how much of Europe can you fit in Texas?
well, so Kansas City alone is 700 by 200. If I take over the basic part of Great Britain, it's only 300 by 200.
No, and I get it.
There, yeah.
I totally understand. That's why I said, like, how much of it could you fit in the state of Texas alone? There's, I know where I'm going with this. Believe me, you're going to have pilots that are going to be more intimidated to fly in Europe than they are in the United States. That's a fact. That's just they've done the study on it on the network. It's always been that way. That's also why the IVAO split happened. I mean, it's not as
It's
much of a
funny.
competition now, but that's literally where it all came from.
I can take Hawaii because it's so small and compact and control 40 to 50 planes. Not really 40 to 50, that's exaggerating. But
Right.
in all seriousness, 20 to 25 planes crossing paths going back and forth, no issue at all. But man, you go to Anchorage, you'll tube with 5 planes.
Oh yeah. But it's the same way if you were to compare ZKC versus Denver. People in Denver can control and be fine. They'll go to Kansas City and they're like, oh God, this is so easy because it's so fucking flat. People in ZKC who have never done controlling where the MBAs are literally like one here, 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 and they go from like 10,000 to 180, right? You see the picture I'm trying to paint right now? I'm literally like drawing the Rocky Mountains down the center of my screen with fucking peaks all over the place, right? Somebody
Hey,
who doesn't
you know
control.
what? For legal reasons, this is a joke. Denver has it easy. A guy's not following instructions. Descend and maintain 6,000. Turn right heading 270.
It's 280 and it's 4,000.
Wow.
No, I'm telling you because I've actually said it. Working Denver approach in the past. I love Denver approach. I honestly did. If I could go back in time, I probably never would have worked for my C3 or C1. Well, I would have just so that Jeff got off my ass, but that's it. I would have never worked center anymore. Actually, that's why I never work center anymore. I did my 3 hours to get my cert, and then I went into a sweat box afterwards to confirm I knew what I was doing. I got the C1 cert, and I was done. Never locked
Yeah,
back
it's
into the
funny.
position.
Whenever I
But
controlled in Fort Worth, I controlled center way more than I do on Kansas City because Fort Worth, you didn't get as screwed with the traffic being spread out in LOAs like you do here.
right. So at Denver, if you weren't paying attention to me, instead of walloping you, it was really simple. Oh, great. You're at Denver. You're going into Denver. You're not going to listen to me. While heading 280, descend to maintain 4,000. Well, I can't get to 4,000. That sounds like a you problem. Well, I crashed. Oh, well, sorry. I'm not doing an emergency. Literally had Harv on frequency going, did you really just cause him to crash? And I went, he ignored me 6 freaking times. He's like, fair. Like when the Vatsim founders are sitting on your frequency talking to you, and they hear that, yeah. I mean, now he's a happy retired, old man who enjoys flying with Matt on Wednesdays, but still.
Don't you love it whenever you get told, "Hey, here's a free or a fillable PDF. Go fill this out," and you download it, and it's not a fillable PDF.
Yeah, all the time.
Apparently, they're wanting to try to get the line check done ASAP.
For you?
Yeah.
Did you not just do one?
No,
I thought you did one on the Lear. Oh, they
no, I
don't.
never did one on the Lear.
I could have swore you were at least trying to book one on the Lear.
That was the plan and the hope, and it never happened because the plane got sold.
Oh, that's right. So this is basically where the CP just sits there with you and pretends that you're doing something productive.
No, that you well, if this all gets done in time, it sounds like it's just you do a flight with a check airman, and they basically just do SIC stuff and make sure that you know what you're doing.
Which would be funny that you literally got the type or reinserted in the type whatever in currency. What, 2 months ago?
Say that again.
And you just got currencied in the type at Dallas 2 months ago.
Well, so there's two different things. There's every check ride I've done in Dallas has been for PIC check ride, even before I
Oh,
had my ATP. That's just for the type. This is for the company, not.
have you done a PIC check ride yet?
Nope.
But you're still a PIC, right?
By paper.
Right. Well, no, I mean, yeah. By on paper, you got the upgrade, right?
Yeah.
So I thought. I mean, look at it this way. At least you're not Spirit,
It's like I said, for us, the difference between PIC and SIC is just who's taking the responsibility.
and that switches based on day, right? Like you guys don't switch every leg; you switch every day.
The guy that I'm flying with right now has me do every single leg right now unless he's needing currency slash proficiency.
So you're flying all the time.
Yeah. Because he's trying to build the PIC time under soul manipulator controls.
So which one of you is logging the PIC time?
Both, technically.
So you get final say so, and he still gets. So,
No, he gets final say so. I have soul manipulator the controls.
huh? Okay.
His is dispatch PIC basically. Mine's just pilot flying PIC.
The win-win scenario.
Yeah. It kind of goes back to the same as, like, in theory, what James should be doing is both him and the instructor are both logging PIC.
Could you imagine that James is fixing to get his instrument right? Like
Mhm.
he passed the written. Congrats. And I mean that. That's not sarcasm. That's like genuine. Congrats. He got past his instrument written. I have no doubt that he's going to pass the check ride. What's he going to work on next? He's got to work on his commercial before his CFI, right?
It should be based off of what I know from places. It should be he works on time building and then commercial.
Is there an hour requirement for a commercial?
Yeah.
That's why he said he was going to fly to Lebanon. Because that would count as time building, wouldn't it?
In theory, if they let him, unless he just rents a plane. The hard part about doing a cross country that far is just weather.
Well, right. And this time of year. Hmm.
But yeah, the our requirement gets convoluted between what you have, what you don't have. Some you have to do X amount of time building, some you don't have to do as much time building. It depends on what you've done.
Says 250 per part, 61, 190 for 141. Good morning, Iowa. Love your face.
141 is not a hard set in stone 190. It could be 210. It all depends on where you end up at.
No, it's school related, isn't it?
Because sure, there may be that hour requirement, but then in the syllabus there's more requirements beyond that, that if you end up taking longer during your instrument and your private, now you're having to build more time into that just to be able to get the rating because your minimum hour requirement just got raised.
Isn't that what James was doing recently? Like he was passed through everything else, but his hour requirement is what was gatekeeping him.
It could be. I don't know how theirs is, but I know there's some places that, for example, we had, when I was instructing, obviously we so some people came in with their private and went straight to instrument.
Where'd you
That's
go to
great.
school
You
at?
breeze. I went through ATP,
Okay.
but I instructed at a 141. So they'd come in with a private and they would only get what the minimum time for that private course was the only credit they got. So if they came in with 60 hours in a private, they only got credit 35 hours or whatever it was for that private. So now they get their instrument, they do instrument in the minimum time. Well, now they're having to time build more than everybody else because they only have equivalent to the minimum time of that private. So they're having to get the minimum, whatever the course time was, on top of what time they already have.
Huh. Also, I didn't realize that St. Louis was that close. Huh.
I love how this is supposed to be.
That might be the scummiest thing I've ever heard. Well, I've heard of a lot of schools that are the same way, though. I think
That's not
Spartan was
even the
that way at
school.
one. Yeah. Well, I mean,
That's the FAA.
I won't touch that topic. Why is it every time I log into Control lately, there's shit on 3, 4, and 5? So, off topic, a CRC question. Weather layer 1 and 2 are basically low clouds and uh, haze, right? Like haze fog.
Probably.
Okay.
Could be Virgo.
Just going to call it ground effect radar. See, if Cross was available, he could log in on ground and do ground at Springfield for you, so that way you didn't have to. But nope, you got to work. No, I
But
understand it's a
yeah,
money issue, but
a lot of people, like, the school wouldn't take anybody that was not, they wouldn't take a lot of people that came in with private and instrument because of that whole time situation. But that's just the FAA. They, because of the 141, the restricted ATP, they wouldn't let you take credit coming off the street. You had to actually do the training and everything like that.
uh,
So I mean, it makes sense because of what you get from it. At a certain point, that's why they just recommend people to just do the 1250 instead of the 1000 for the restricted ATP and just go through the class. But I mean, so whenever we were doing, whenever, so I mainly did all the commercial. So on all the commercial, we had minimum times on each lesson and minimal total time in the course. Some of the lessons that we could do were could be done in the sim. So they started, because of maintenance going on and to keep students moving, they started going in and requiring us to do certain lessons in the sim. Well, that didn't end up counting toward their total multi-time that they had to have at the end of the course. Well, whenever you get used to it and you're sitting there doing it for 600 plus hours, I ended up having it to where I had students only going over the minimum time like 1 to 2 hours in the multi. And we're hitting every minimum time on the lesson almost spot on. I miss a Seminole.
I wish there was a good one.
The one in X Plane isn't bad, but if I remember right, you can't restart the engine in flight.
I don't think so. I mean, not likely that you're going to actually have the failure, but still, nonetheless, I'd like to have the ability to.
Well, what restarting it would do is allow people who are working on their commercial to go up and just work through the flows of shutdown, secure, restart. During COVID, because I was at like the peak at that point, I was using what was it that everybody is using? Zoom. I'd use Zoom and use my sim with that plane to show people, to get them to understand the flows and the way everything should be.
Morning, Foggy.
Ah, new private window. There we go. Trying to log into my email, and if I log into my email, my normal browser, it won't let me.
Hmm.
It's annoying, but I also understand it because some of the stuff that we get in our emails.
Yep. Good morning, Melvin Leroy.
Kind of like whenever we went to DCA. That was fun. Not.
I don't think I've ever heard you use the word fun and DCA in the same sentence.
Listen, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. A normal flight into DCA, not fun. Absolutely not fun. However, on the waiver, it is fun because you ain't got to deal with half the BS. Now, how do I add an attachment? There. No, I won't forget. The first time I flew into DCA doing the LDA 1-9 approach,
Mm-hmm.
it was fun. Also doing it like 12 o'clock at night, at midnight.
Okay, I'll buy it. Was the waiver at DCA?
Yeah,
Unrelated
that
topic.
was,
ATS just got an update this morning.
that was whenever we had the speaker.
For legal purposes, please do not ask him what he meant by speaker.
That was a year ago. I don't care anymore. It's the Speaker of the House. Tell you now, that was one of the most peaceful flights that I've ever had.
Did they not talk?
Nope. But in all honesty, even if people talk and everything, it's rare that we hear what they're even saying back there. On one of our Vegas trips lately, we they were back there partying and they had a speaker blasting music back there. I could never tell what was on that speaker that was blasting, except whenever it was playing Dixieland Delight.
I mean, I'm okay with that. So I have a dying question. What's going to happen to all the spirited buses?
I've heard they are scrapping some.
The better question is, did they actually own any of them or were they all on the lease program?
Least.
So Airbus still owns like 99.9% of the planes, right?
What was that?
I was going to say, so Airbus still owns 99.9% or 100% of the entire fleet, doesn't it?
I don't think it's Airbus. I think it's another.
Holding company.
Yeah.
Because they were 320, 319s, and 321s, right?
Yeah, I think they had a couple Neo or some Neos too.
How much you want to bet they sell the Neo engines and scrap the rest of the plane?
I don't know which ones they were talking about scrapping. But you know what
Okay.
I can tell you?
Hmm.
After my last experience for DCA flight, I'll be good if I never go to DCA again.
I'm not a huge fan of the city in general.
It's not the city for me. I can tell you now, all 3 times that I went in there, I love the approach, I love the site, I love the experience. But the last time I went in there, I don't like dealing with TSA.
The last time I was there, I told you the story about what happened while I was in my truck, right?
No.
I've never told you the story of me picking up a fresh driver while I drove for Pam in
Oh, yeah,
Baltimore
yeah,
and
yeah,
came
yeah,
through.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah,
Now that you say it that way, yeah.
I got woke up with a dog's nose like 6 inches from my face. What's up, Robo?
All I can say is who knew that you could have TSA or having to go through TSA in Teterboro?
I honestly didn't think you did.
Oh, yeah. Except you don't get to go through an X-ray scanner. You don't get to go through any of that. No. You're getting hand patted down wand and your bag physically looked through.
I would be so awkward.
You have no idea. You might be 135. You might be 91. You're getting treated just like an airline.
Doo, doo.
I wonder if I need to go over there. I may have to bounce out for like an hour. I guess
All good.
family's going through safe and all that for whenever the person on the hill finally goes.
Super happy fun time. Popular potato chips recalled over salmonella concerns. Hmm. Not much, man. Just waking up, having some coffee right now. Very nice. Very nice.
Um, as soon as the kid gets ready, I'll be bouncing out just to run over there, take care of whatever, and then I'll be back.
Okay.
Ironically, whenever I told you earlier that I had a phone call coming in, that was them calling.
I'd be like, voicemail. Want a pet possum or trash panda?
No, I thought I got out of paperwork because I was like, all right, I got my online training done real quick. Check. Got my company recurrent done. Check. And then all of a sudden I get hit with this form that I've got to fill out and then another annual review form. It's like, I give up. I also thought I got out of not having to do anything whenever I got to September to start working on my CFI renewal. No, I've got to do a 6 month check ride now. That's going to hit in September.
Oh, fun.
It's funny. It's a one day you just go into the sim, do all the approaches and hold and everything and engine failures, and then you're done. That spirit wings on your scope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm wondering where in the hell it's at.
They crashed.
Fitting.
It looks like they got just north of St. Louis and then the autopilot got kicked off and they just slowly went into a spiral toward the ground.
He was going to Dallas. Actually, he was leaving
Find the best
Detroit.
there is, plain and simple. I mean,
Uh-huh.
I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence.
I can't unsee this. Yeah. Flight left Detroit. Sanders 3. Big Hurt St. Louis. Razorback Fort Smith. Huh.
But yeah, there's a chance that if we get this form put in and all that, next Wednesday will be my line check. Down to Panama
Super
City
fun.
and back. What's this? They made a pickle stabber.
Hey man, I just got my S1 at LaGuardia. Got any tips? Uh
Don't send contact me's on the runway and don't tell a pilot what runway they can and can't go to if there's nobody on above. Oh.
that would basically be it in a nutshell. Well, my number one thing for most S1 students when you're working ground is don't get a power complex when somebody tells you that they want to go to a different runway. You can make their life a living hell and give them a really, really long taxi to wherever, but generally that's not going to work out for you. What in the actual?
You know what annoys me more than whenever you have ground controllers arguing over which runway to go to?
That lets you think that they're ATC when they're not.
Whenever somebody who's not even at the airport you're going to starts yelling at you that you're landing on the wrong runway with nobody else there.
Had that happen a lot. That's honestly it. Is I would highly suggest that you familiarize yourself with your SOPs, your LOAs. I obviously don't know what they are at LaGuardia. Make sure you stay current. If you actually have the intent to taking controlling serious, try to do it
Watch out
often.
for fire trucks.
Um, too soon. And remember, you're not the tower, so you don't pick the active runway. But that's generally it.
Keep the CRJs away from each other.
There's that. Make sure you don't put a 7.6 on a bread truck.
I'm telling you, it's all CRJs. A350 takes out CRJ. CRJ rolls in Toronto on the landing. The two CRJs attack each other. And then the CRJ takes out the fire truck.
Did you see the 350 crash that was overseas?
No.
At the gate?
No.
I'll have to find the video later, but there's I think it was a China 350. He rolled into the ramp and didn't set the brakes and ended up running the wing, the left side wing, right into the jetway and smeared it.
Jeez.
But yeah, once you learn ground, tower becomes easy, and all your fundamentals will be done off ground. If you become really good at being a ground controller, the rest becomes, well, okay, that's a lie. Approach is challenging, but it's learning how to vector your local cab facilities. So tower and ground are where your fundamentals are built. The fact he said that with an accent is beyond me. 9 trillion out of 10 for both you.
You know, I'm just saying, people underappreciate ground because they're like, oh, well, you're just doing ground and this and that. And it doesn't, people don't understand how important that one step can make or break somebody through their entire training.
Thank you, Foggy, for the 9-month kick resub. Say that one part again.
Oh, how important and make or break having adequate ground training can be.
Well, it's like I just said, your fundamentals are built off ground. Tower is easy, but the cab facility as a whole is where you're going to learn, I want to say 90% of controlling. Vectoring is, can it be challenging? Yes. Realistically, outside of an event, where are you going to ever see the point where you're going to draw your hard limit line unless you're working top down center? Right. So like approach is basically doing what you do on the ground and telling people a heading instead of a taxiway. The fundamental is built in the cab. Tower is my favorite position because likely I don't have ground on. If I had to pick a favorite position on during an event, it's tower because it's laziest. You just have to make sure you keep spacing and know your airspace for your departure and approach controller. But like the funnest position to stay busy, and this is assuming there's a tower on and a clearance. Ground is amazing.
I should have you do my St. Louis tower file one day.
Does the tower assume that there's a ground on that's already given clearance?
Nope.
Too busy. Met my requirements and threshold. I'm done. Oh, well. You know the last time I loaded Teetles was? January 2025.
No, I use the same file for tower and ground for checkouts.
Yeah. The last time I loaded Teetles was when I did tower for St. Louis at the FNO in 2025, January. I did my first approach training session for S3 last night and I was so fumble fucked. Yeah, I get it. I was my first one.
You have an airplane on the way.
Let me see it. I see who it is.
Yeah, I would say in terms of training, S1 is the most important training. S1 to S2 gets easier. S2 to S3 is hardest. And then S3 to C1 is the easiest.
Get the trucks ready. Yeah, it's Melvin Leroy coming in. S1, S2 are
When I was in Hawaii, I had it approved by VAT USA. Now, take for granted this was prior to GCAP, but I had it set up to where you didn't get your S1. You went straight to S2.
So this is going to be hot. I think the S1 should go out, but I also don't think that students should be able to control Bravos at all. So
I personally don't think ground
because
or delivery should be allowed to be staffed on the network unless you have a tower or somebody above on.
okay, yes, but I can see where the exception is made for smaller, quieter airspaces. But nonetheless, I agree. Only because most towers think that now that since ground, very I'm redacted. Most ground controllers think that just because you can populate an ATIS means that you designate the runway, which isn't the case. I think I've beaten this horse into the ground. But that being said, I don't think ground should log in without a tower. That also being said, I don't think S1s should be able to work in Bravo airspaces, i.e., LAX, where you're S1, you're at San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
An airport where it's literally one configuration 90% of the time, it doesn't change. It's either a visual or an instrument approach. It doesn't matter. But as a ground controller, you're going to go ape shit the moment that somebody calls out on a 5-mile final for the opposite runway, and then you're going to try to chew them out. And then that pilot's going to tell you, deal with it. And the problem is the pilot's right.
If I had a
Good morning,
dollar for
Redbox.
every time I've had a ground controller try to rip a pilot a new one for not following the ATIS when that ground controller is the only one on, it's hilarious.
Oh God, the one time the fixins thing pops up. Yeah, it's my Spotify playlist indicator, and I found that widget and I was like, yep, that's sold. That sounds like a training issue. No, I agree. But the thing is, the hot take is the fact that a lot of instructors don't take the time to explain it to the student. Yes, you're a ground controller, but you do not depict what runway is active, plain and simple. So about November's the last time you and I, no, we flew together in January, Danny and I were flying out of Fort Worth. Traffic wasn't horribly busy. We were going down to Houston because we were flying down to see Papa Hood. Danny and I both look at each other and we're like, the winds are kind of all over the place. It's a crosswind, so it doesn't matter which way. Traffic is going one way. They're all landing north. I'm departing to the south. I'm going to take off south. The ground controller's like, the airport is north. And I'm like, hate to be the asshole here. There's no traffic coming in on the west side of the west complex. So west side of the airport. I'm parked at the west side of the airport. I would like to depart southbound off in a south flow. Well, the airport isn't that way. I'm sorry, sir. I'm not trying to make this difficult on you. I need taxi instructions to this runway. Now, people are like, you're just being a hassle. Okay. Hear me out. This is a teaching environment. This is a lesson. He's not the tower controller. Who picks the active runway? And that's why I've asked that question on stream every time I've controlled a million times. Use Springfield, for example. The winds are currently 040 at 12. What's the active runway? There's no tower online, no approach, and no center. Just a ground controller. What's the active runway?
There is no active runway.
There you go. So it doesn't matter. And that's where I see a lot of ground controllers struggle, is because and it used to not be that case back in the day. Yes, I'm old as fuck. When ground controllers weren't allowed to populate an ATIS, it was heavily frowned upon. And if you did it, God forbid.
I'm pretty sure it was actually against policy. I thought women were perfect at getting things to shut up. Oh, did I say that out loud?
Hmm.
Nothing. I'm just causing problems. I'm being myself.
I think the I'm not underselling radar positions. Approach is challenging, yes. Center is challenging, yes. If you can do approach, you can almost work center because the fundamentals are built at approach, right? Like radar is radar. That being said, the fundamentals for radar are done at tower, especially now with like radar towers, for example. Because how many radar towers does ZKC have?
Towers that have radar or towers that utilize radar?
Towers that utilize radar in this specific context.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Springfield, Tulsa, Wichita, Kansas City, St. Louis, right?
Yeah, Spirit might.
Good morning, sir. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior Kool-Aid Man, the sugary goodness? Okay, so let's go with those five. Those five radar towers are already learning the fundamentals that are going to take you to approach, right? Assuming the instructor is taking the time to teach you radar towers. And I know that doesn't that's a probably a conversation that's going to turn into a different topic, but like if you're going to build your baseline, that's where it is. And let's say James is your instructor and he's at St. Louis. He's forced to now teach you radar towers because it's part of that. The hardest position that you're going to learn is tower. Approach is only challenging because you're doing one extra step. But if you're not doing it top down, you're literally doing one thing. Correct. Yes. Now, I don't know if there is a lot of that you'll see in ZKC because I haven't really. Again, I've worked St. Louis Tower one time during an event, and that's because Marty needed somebody to work Tower during an FNO. That's it. Everything else I've done approach on.
Somebody needs to put some pause on the training. Oh.
He's going to throw paws at you.
Good thing they're soft.
Man, that was padded. I am sorry. I'm so sorry. Paw pads. Come on, it was funny.
Mm.
I'm going to go make the SPG tower guy crash out. Wait, what?
Oh, I know what he's talking about.
Oh, Mr. Melvin Leroy, just be a heads up. You got to be at 16 before 16. right before you jump into the airspace for me to pick you up.
I
Or
got the
15,
soundboards.
sorry.
Hang on. They're nothing crazy. It was
I
recorded from
still
actual
haven't muted
network.
him. I still haven't muted, unfortunately.
That was the actual tower controller.
I had it muted, but hold on. Okay, go.
Go back
Okay,
here.
I wasn't trying to tell you how to fly your plane. I was just letting you know that.
Lima, I need to know where you're going so you don't hit the aircraft that I do have coming in. I need you to turn south before you get hit by somebody. Faster, turn faster. Before Whitfield, tell get off my frequency now. Get away.
Go away.
10 miles after EOS. I have a 40-mile range.
Huh?
But I mean, technically you can check in at EOS. I'll pick you up there. As long as you're at 15, I can pick you up. Okay. Yeah, I was just like, I'm not trying to tell you how to fly your plane. I just wanted to make sure you knew that I can't see you. Well, I can see you, obviously. I can't pick you up above 15, especially with the DATM sitting in my ear.
Okay, as you can tell, there's absolutely nothing going on. Disconnect. I will be back here shortly, and then I'll jump back on.
Okay. As the TA, I'll allow it. Is it official yet?
No, it's not official yet. At some point today, I think.
But it is today.
Should be. Should.
I just need to figure out when I can offer him a bribe to give me a cert that I'll never use.
Let me find you.
Are you coming back?
Today?
Yeah, are you going to come back on tower?
Yeah. As soon as I get
Then
back from running this thing.
Just leave the ATIS running.
Well, no,
No,
I'm
it'll time out.
disconnected. Check your DM real quick.
Field was North Flow, right?
Yeah. Okay, anyways, I'll be back.
Yep. 9 days to hit 185 subs on Kick. For us to consider Expo. Well, go to Expo. Huh.
And approach good morning, November 11816, descending 10,000.
November 11816 Springfield approach. Recycle your transponder squawk 4601 and ident.
4601 is what we're showing, but we'll recycle that. And an ident 11816.
November 11816 radar contact 9,700 and descending about 53 miles southwest of the Springfield VOR. Good morning. State your approach request into Springfield.
Yes, sir. We would like to shoot the ILS runway 2 from Jack, November 11816.
November 11816 expect it descend and maintain 5,000.
All right, descend and maintain 5,000, 11816. And approach 11816. We okay to vector direct Jack at this time?
Just getting ready to send you northbound because then I got to bring you back around to put you on it. So once I get you actually in the airspace, I'm going to turn you northbound.
All right, we'll be ready, 11816.
I can pick you up, but I can't really vector you in that little envelope that you're in.
Understood.
Have you ever done controlling?
Negative.
It'll make sense when you see what's about to happen.
Understood. Looking forward to it.
So to kind of explain, Mr. Melvin Leroy, I can't send you directly to that specific fix yet. I could send you to the initial on the approach, or one of the fixes on the ILS directly out and have you fly from there. Because of the intercept angle, I have to keep you 90 degrees from that fix, and Jack is this green dot. So I'm gonna have to turn you northbound and then turn you back around for it to give you Jack as your initial onto the ILS. So as soon as you cross into my boundary, I'm going to turn you north, and then I'll turn you east, and then I'll put you, once I turn you east, I'll tell you you're clear direct, Jack. What airport do you control? I control any airport outside of St. Louis or the St. Louis approach control in ZKC, so the Kansas City airspace. Right now, I'm just doing Springfield. Oh no, I'm very interested. Danny was doing them the other day. November 11816 Springfield altimeter is 2974, turn left heading 350 vectors for the approach.
Hi, left turn 350, November 11816.
The you're in the default TBM, right? Thank you for the follow. Do. Black Square, nice. I wonder if they're going to do any updates today with the avionics update, because the avionics update is supposed to today, right? What's up, Skippy? I'm great. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. November 11816, turn right 10 degrees, descend and maintain 3,500.
Right 10, descend and maintain 3,500, November 11816.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. November 11816, turn right heading 090.
Right turn, 090, November 11816.
November 11816, clear direct Jack, cross Jack at or above 3,500 at Jack, clear the ILS runway 2 approach.
Clear direct Jack, Jack at or above 3,500 at Jack, cleared for the ILS runway 2 approach, November 11816.
So got you out, brought you in, got right at the 90 degree, made it less than 90 for you to get in there, put you on the approach. But now we get to watch to see how the DMER works. The ATR did it really well.
Springfield approach Chatter 55, descending through 17,000, about 50 miles east of Springfield. Information Charlie.
Tower 55, recycle your transponder, squawk 1553.
1553, Chatter 55.
Chatter 55, radar contact. Let's call it 50 miles southeast of the Springfield VOR. Springfield altimeter is 2974, Springfield landing north. Say your approach request.
Landing north, I've got the DME ARC from Ford's ILS-2 plugged in if we want to do that, Chatter 55.
Yeah, we can do that. For now, I'm going to give you a little bit of a vector for spacing. I got a TBM coming in from Jack. Turn right, heading 360, descend and maintain 4,000.
Right, 360 down to 4,000, Chatter 55. I don't need to do the ARC either, whatever you want to do.
I mean, if you want the arc, it's fine. If not, I can give you the delay vectors and put you down.
Vectors is good, Chatter 55.
Okay, descend and maintain 5,000. Turn, call it heading 230.
So, left 230, down to 5,000, Chatter 55.
They did a really good job with it. Got a 55, turn right heading 290.
Right heading 290, Chatter 55.
November 11816, wind at Springfield 05013, runway 2, cleared land.
Runway 2, clear to land, November 11816.
Got her 55, descend and maintain 3000.
Descend and maintain 3000, Chatter 55.
Chatter 55, you're 9 miles from Zundu. Turn right heading 350, maintain 3000, still established. Clear the ILS runway to approach.
Right, 350, maintain 3000 till established. Clear ILS to approach. Chatter 55.
November 11816, you going to GA parking? It's all good. It's a straight in. Unless he's going to like Ozark,
sorry
which is
about
further
that.
down.
Approach, I hit the wrong button. Yeah, we're just heading over to the GA ramp here, if that's okay.
Yep, you're good.
What up, Mr. Brant?
Sorry to make you wait, Tim.
Hey, at least I didn't have to give him the last business jet that I had coming in behind a prop. I had to give the other guy a scenic tour.
Ooh.
Was it a good landing, Mr. Melvin? Chatter 55, wind at Springfield is 05013, runway 2, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 2, Chatter 55.
Good morning, Tower Daddy. Good morning, no. Love your face. How am? I saw a wild Anna earlier this morning. Need to go take care of some honeydews. Have a great day. Thank you for flying in for me, sir. Love your face. Hope you have a great day. Are you streaming later? I need to figure out how to set up a tower view in X-Plane for all the different airports that I control at. Just because it runs better than Musfuss, and well, the model library seems better. Is it easy to set up? I wouldn't say it's a must-have. Better 55, welcome to Springfield. I'm assuming you're going to the GA ramp?
Yes, sir.
Right when able, taxi to parking with me. Have a great day.
Take the next right and to the ramp with you. 55, thank you.
Load into the airport, pause the sim, move the tower cap. So how do you move the cab? I'm not very versed in X-Plane other than I know how to fly a plane that has buttons. It's the tower cab that's on the forums, right? No, just like for the focal airport. So like Springfield is the focal airport in this airspace, even though I control from here all the way up to Columbia. Tower. SGF. I have one. And next plane crashed. Let me. Thank you for flying in. Oh, brother. Okay, so pause. M key. Oh. Hmm. Thank you, sir. That's nifty. I should set this up for like FNOs. That's nifty. Oh, that part I got. I used to do it in Vegas and LAX. But I did it in Musfuss, and it would always kill my computer because any build sceneries and whatnot. Oh no. So I remember when Tower View became a thing because I had actually been talking to some other people on the network about it. And I was just like, if we had the ability to do it and make it obvious that we're on a Tower View connection, that would be great. Because, the whole duplicate connection thing. And then when it first got allowed, I was like, oh, it's sold. Also, one of the reasons I enjoyed the tower environment. The guy's only at 2.9. Huh? Oh, 300 going out. Oh, I don't even want to try. I mean, it would be great if I was controlling in like VR, but controlling in VR is great for about 2 minutes. Then you get busy and you have to do other things. So a week ago, every car in that parking lot and the side parking lot that's over here, which is the rental car parking lot, every vehicle there was destroyed. So that would be cool. Yeah, I have it from when I was doing the lineage and the legacy. I would put the stream up in the back while I was flying long flights. Don't ask me why. I just don't control any of the airports in ZKC. I mean, I have the ability to control airports in ZKC with it, but Springfield isn't at Teetles. I wish it was sometimes, but unfortunately it is not. Yeah. What's this guy doing? Oh, he's going to Vegas. Really cool to get it set up, though. Thank you, sir. No. The only plugins I have are right there. This camera lets you attach your exterior views, aircrafts to AI aircraft, so you can have follow drones. Can be kind of fun to use in stream. You can do that with live traffic, but I don't think it shows Vatsim aircraft. I wish it did. Then posted the core AI traffic library to GitHub for other developers. While the X-Plane multiplayer 2 library. That makes a lot of sense. I've seen a lot of it. Like a lot of the developer work in X-Plane seems very much like the behind the scenes of Microsoft, minus the fact that I think X-Plane is more, they communicate more in general, or at least make it to where, hey, I did this. You can use it. Oh, hands down. To whoever made the this image, well played. I know it's too soon, but still, well played. Here, let me just send you the image. You're welcome. Ben Darian with the 18-month resub. That's going to live forever. This might give me the idea to actually go control Springfield, St. Louis on tower. Or Kansas City. What's Den up to? Gotta love it though, right? Nice. Be sad. Transponder off on the runway. Cry. IRL, there would be two 757s there. A FedEx and a UPS. Were you able to get it all done? Gotta love it. I should. Branding. I'm actually in the process of getting ready to get new ones made. I'm just waiting for John's wife to get back and recover from her trip. She went to Japan and Korea. Do they go into the documents folder for each airport? Okay. What's the file dimensions? Or does it matter? And then just reload the aircraft? Listen, I didn't vote on that one. That Tower Daddy one was done not from me. It was on a community vote. It is. It's almost like it's getting ready to storm. Wind 020 at 17, gust 23, 10-mile visibility, overcast 2,000 feet. Copy screen 1 to 3 so that way my OCD doesn't trigger. Oh, yes. Okay, hang on. What the hell was I disconnected from the network for? Oh, because... Never mind. There you go. When real world traffic is your entertainment while you're working at a quiet airport on Vatsim. SGF approach CRJs and Allegiant, baby. Yeah. CRJs, 175s? Allegiant proving that it can handle 737s. And we still can't get Southwest. You know what else Delta flies in here? Mm, 717. The level off at 5,000 is unreal in the sim, in the real world. Well, actually, him and I had talked about it before because when I went to Vegas, I was parked next to one. The 717 parks either this gate or this gate. Too soon. Oh, yeah. Other than, you know, the hailstorm last week where every car in the parking lot was destroyed. The rental cars that came through. So for context, this is your short-term parking and long-term parking, right? Obviously that's mostly staff and then whatnot. This parking lot over here and the lot adjacent to it, which isn't in the sim, is all rental cars. Nothing but rental cars. I don't think there's a payware for X-Plane. I wish. But I do use the payware for it in Mustbus. I have reached out to the developer and asked them if they were going to do a rework of the terminal since they ripped out all that carpet. But anyways, this hailstorm that came through last week, beeline almost for the airport. Now, there's I-44 down here, and there was cars and trucks, everything else down there demolished while they were even on the interstate. There's several videos I had showed on stream last week of like cars that were literally stopped at a stop sign who had to pull over to the side of the road because they couldn't drive anymore. One guy's moonroof was shattered like into a million pieces. Windshields were pelted so hard and so fast and so frequently that they actually ended up having hail come through the glass. Like it dented the glass, it started the glass, and then it went through the glass. Everything in this parking lot was basically destroyed. Flights that were in the air were diverted to Springfield to get on the ground as fast as possible. Flights on the ground weren't able to leave. Airplanes had to be inspected. They had to go in and inspect all the glass on the jetways, all the glass in the terminal. They even had to go over here. So this is a military base, or not base, but it's a military maintenance facility for the Air National Guard. They had to go out and do inspections on everything that was left out. There's some helicopters that got damaged. This is the cargo ramp. The 757s that were on the ground, they were not happy. Endeavor has Envoy has a maintenance facility over there. And then to me, the largest collection of Saabs that is not flying is right there on that ramp. This used to be the old terminal, and this is now the Expedia building. I think it's Expedia. But one of their big offices is right here, and then obviously the GA ramp and Ozark and the FBO den on the end. So all of this is basically just like encompasses the Springfield airport. The staff inside the terminal and the maintenance facility, the maintenance crew, were lucky enough to have Convoy of Hope, which is a disaster relief type scenario company or non-for-profit, brought in a very large amount of tarps to come in, and actually the staff was out in the storm, in the rain afterwards, covering people's cars, and they ran out of tarps. The rental cars that were there were all totaled, and they were getting rental cars from the last thing I read, the furthest away was down like by Houston. They were trying to find them from like Tulsa, St. Louis, Kansas City. But even now, like getting a rental car even a week later, it's almost impossible. So World Update 21 came out. And a new local legend for Mustfuss. But I thought there was an avionics update today. What was the last four of that card? Quiet day and the weather's going bad. Hmm. Roar! Still trying to deal with Expedia as well for that whole St. Louis trip. Hey, get on the runway, sir. Is it wrong to want to go Karen? Like, what's the reason for you wanting to refund part of your stay? Well, my inner firefighter was fucking tingling whenever there was somebody using a fucking barbecue grill with an open flame on the second story of your fucking hotel. Oh, and I had a minor with me and didn't really feel like smelling marijuana outside my the fucking the door of my hotel room. For the record, I'm not against marijuana. I just don't like it in public when I have a minor with me. Well, that's not cool. We were doing good, but apparently I'm having issues staying connected to Vatsim right now. You getting excited for Expo? It's not, no, it was the CRC connection. There's one path for me to go, Sky, with everything going on. And with my sister suffering the heart attack and me having to go to St. Louis and what I was actually just dealing with Expedia with. I talked to Tex. It would take me roughly 200 kick subs because of the way Kick's payout schedule is versus Twitch. I'm at 15. And I have to come up with basically $900 between now and the 14th. for me to be able to go. And that's to help pay with bills, put time in, save some offset for the week that I wouldn't be, consistently live streaming. Although I would be doing IRL content, and then help with like getting the expo tickets are now what, $95, $90, food, whatnot. So if someone wants to win the lottery, by all means, it's still a possibility. It's just that's the only row. And I know it was a lot to ask. And I've had a lot of people who are just like, man, why didn't you think of this sooner? Well, because didn't anticipate 2026 to go the way 2025 ended. So 2025, dad had a heart attack. April, 2 days before my birthday, sister has a heart attack. Both of them were completely different. One's heart stopped, one didn't. And you know the rest. Like I've told the story. It was just, it has been fucking insane. But I did talk to Tex, and I was just like, if I can hit 200 kick subs, then that'll cover what I need to do. Tex has already said that he would do the driving. He already said fuel would be covered, and he already said room would be covered. I would just have to take care of the rest. I've even had people who are just like, well, why didn't you include Twitch with that? And I was like, because Twitch's payout doesn't happen for this month until after Expo is already over. That's out of my control. Sign into secondary position. Activate secondary position. Back up. But yeah, I would have loved to have gone. I know a lot of other people have pulled out of the event for various different reasons. I was sad to see some of the people who pulled out months ago for a totally different reason. I know Savage was still debating on it, trying to see if he was going to have a work conflict. I did say, and I'm going to go on the record for saying this more than once, that whoever needs to be in the people who need to be in charge for entertainment is Sky and Tex. The end. Yes, I'm pointing at you with my fingernail file. The world is correct and the right whenever Cinco de Mayo falls on Taco Tuesday, right? Just for everybody here. Jeff, you're going, right? I wonder if Ghosty and them are still going. I know he was still up in the air the last time I asked him. I can't go. The NDOC is kicking us all out of our current facility as of... Oh, damn. Do you have a place lined up at least? I'm sorry. Like I said, I have hope. I mean, I set the deadline for the 14th. Today's the 5th. We'll see how it works. If it happens, amazing. I'll be able to go and see people. It'll be a much needed vacation. Basically, every $5 donation counts as a sub towards it. Do, 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 do. Sky, if you're still here, what day do you get in? Then you're going still, right? Delta Airlines nixing free food snacks on hundreds of flights across the country. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
I found my way back.
That's nice.
Oh. It's
But
IMC now?
got down to 2,000.
Down to 1,700 now.
You see what's going on up in Columbia?
Yeah, the storms and everything.
Yeah. Are you getting on?
I'm already on. I have no
Oh,
questions.
cool. Monitor my frequency for a minute. I need a snack. You're back. Mr. Fixins, thank you very much for the 42-month resub. I love your face. Dub Degens. What's the... Ah, ha, ha, ha. 900 trillion out of 10.
So can we just talk about how today's the best day of the year?
Cinco de Mayo.
And Taco Tuesday.
Happy sinking the mayo. And Revenge of the Fifth. Revenge of the Fifth is my favorite. But I'm a Star Wars nerd. Already had my tacos for lunch. Oh. Sounds so fucking good. I could
We're
really...
doing tacos and cheese dip for dinner tonight.
I could really go for a nice taco right now.
I bet you could. Oh.
Come again?
Nothing.
I might have
I
tacos
was
for
so
dinner
happy
too.
to find that coin that that Titanic coin that I sent you the picture of
Mm-hmm.
has been missing for 20 years.
Now, is it your grandmother?
Yeah.
Okay.
That coin was given to me by my great grandmother when I was like 5 or 6.
I'm sure we can find a couple of warm tacos around here somewhere.
Just the silver, I'm sure it's worth a fortune.
Sorry, mouth is starting to drool a little. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Neil said it. Neil said it. I'm sure we can find a couple of warm tacos around here somewhere. It's right there in...
You ready for this?
You ready for this? You see my screen?
We are. Uh-huh.
Branding makes everything better.
Jeez.
Oh, Daddy!
We found $5 gold coins from 2002.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the old mint? I don't know if they still do it, but the mint collector coin sets that
Mm-hmm.
have like the penny, nickel, dime, quarter, half dollar, yada yada yada.
Yeah.
Found a lot of them. One set from 1973.
I need to do some images and work like Tower at St. Louis. So we're gonna have to do a stream with me doing Tower at St. Louis or Kansas City, whichever one's got a better scenery for X-Plane. And you're gonna end up having to work approach.
Why?
Because it's either that or you're gonna work ground.
Who's working tower?
Me.
Okay, maybe I'll work delivery. Tito's for life.
I can't work approach at St. Louis.
If you could hear the wheels spinning in my head.
Oh, I'm afraid to hear what mastermind shit you're coming up with, but go on.
How much longer are you going to be on?
20 minutes.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Why?
I was about to say, let's just go sit on St. Louis.
A tower?
No.
I can't sit on St. Louis. I'm not certified for it.
You can if you have somebody on with you.
You're telling me there's a fucking loophole I could have been using all along? Wait, could I technically do an OTS by just streaming it all day long?
No, you'd still have to run the file.
That's bullshit. Technically, Marty has ran the file for me. Yes, I am trying to find loopholes and escapes out of this. If we hit 100 kick subs, I will do the T75 checkout with you.
Let's see here. Don't have vision.
But no, I have to go no later than 1 o'clock. I got to go up to the lake.
Okay.
So it has an appointment.
No, generally, like if people are working on their tier 2 for center, like I'm a big supporter of just getting them on the scope and lighter traffic just to get familiar with the commands, familiar with the facility, familiar with everything, and then they run the files.
Do you know I still don't know how to get fucking cones to pop up?
Are you talking about like how they pop up for the approaches into St. Louis?
Mm-hmm.
Those are automatic.
God, I love your face, sir, and your... You are the reason it is set so high, and you still use it. I love you. Thank you for the 2,500 bits. Jesus Christ, that is still loud as fuck. Ouch. How are you? Are you going to Expo since it's in your neck of the woods? How far away from your next bit badge are you? Oh shit. That's two people who are going to be moving in that time frame. I'm sorry, sir. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Goose. Neil said we can find me some warm tacos. Yes. I really need to redo the emotes at some point. I have so many just open slots. I just couldn't figure out what the hell to add. Yes. That was too quick of an answer. Sure. Oh, these guys found this song recently, and when I say recently, like a few months ago, right? The first thing out of my mouth was, Mr. Carpenter found this a long time ago. I don't think they understood the level of degeneracy that goes on in my chat. Sorry, Anna. fact that you're willing to spend 500 bits for those. Thank you, sir. This is a Christian family channel. Jesus. Things from Germany. Hello, sir. Yes. Illinois DLC from ATS comes out on the 14th. Happens to be the same day as my deadline to see if I'll be able to make Expo or not. Do, 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 do. Yeah. With everything going on, which I'm sure you've already heard, I had a one-way path, and I talked to Tex about it. He's willing to drive up from Austin to here, pick me up, and then from here up to the expo. But roughly to get back on track to be able to do the trip, everything else is about 200 kick subs. And that's only because of the way the payout structure is between the two platforms. One's weekly, and if I did it on Twitch, I wouldn't see anything until after Expo takes place because of how their scheduling works. Or the equivalent in donations. I mean, if I thought I could set $1,000 dono goal on the stream and it get knocked out in 14 days, I would. First thing I do is get the ticket. Second thing I do is I'd let Tex know. Third thing I do is I'd go over and update all the stuff on the IRL server. All right, sir. Top of the hour. It's 1 o'clock. I got to get ready to go. You want to approach? Ah, I totally understood it though. Okay.
No, I don't want it.
Okay. Leatherface. Thank you. What are you doing tomorrow?
Nothing right now.
Maybe another one of these things, but at a different airport. Think about it. I love all your faces. Thank you as always for all your support.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. My Wolf is on. Let's go there. See you guys in the morning. Have fun. Thank you for all the betties. Mr. Fixins, thank you very much for the 42-month resub. Done for the 18. I'm glad you got to see me. I'm glad I got to see you too.